Russell, will you do an invocation for the council, please?
Sure. Today, we're going to be burying 2 veterans making a trip into the spirit world. So, we're going to be helping them with prayer. I just wanted to share that with you. It's sad when we lose our veterans, our warriors. That voy a escuchar la canción, vota que uma chata yonko, o ampetua el letrums vogla kawichasha na wia ya igluita pina taku akia pitan etan voka ni voa blaze voyucha na voa wala chubichu kapelo na etan taku ablez na picture ya hesum voyu kapelo ela é ampete que torna batinha fica na wichunki que ela está muito na oiate e chetia que aqui hoje para taku aste camani fica heta ela é ampete que é assim aqui chita é ampete que chafa fica é tiwahe chetia watching tanka wichaku la wichaku Now, better killer, woman, killer, you are still. I have to say, how you go. Motion killer for me that way.
Need a motion to excuse Todd, Ben, and Emily from today's meeting. Is there anyone else that needs to leave early or be excused?
You don't think?
Where's Sherrington? She's late. Okay.
Yeah. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sure.
C minor. Okay.
C minor. So at this time, like Russell said, burial veteran cemetery. I want to honor with a flag song and a veterans memorial song.
Oh.
Council, today we're gonna start first with, Wayne has a resolution that needs to go through. And after that, we invited Peebles and Kidder representatives, attorneys to be here. So when Wayne's done, we'll go to them as they have a flight to catch back to where they live.
Council. Morning. Good to be here. Good to see all of you here. Hope you all have a good day. What I have here is, I've been in discussion with you the past several months regarding the indirect cost. Because we don't have a rate for this year, we can't collect indirect costs. And because we don't have enough of our audits done to do request to negotiate a rate for 25. And I'm recommending that we just execute our prerogative and just collect what's called a 15% minimus rate for indirect cost instead of a negotiated rate. I have LJ run some numbers, and it's basically going to be a wash because our indirect cost negotiated rate is based upon salaries. This 15% minimus rate is based upon salaries plus other expenses. So the base is bigger. It's a smaller percentage, but our base is bigger. Most of our programs that are going to be affected will be affected on the BIA and IHS side, so that their program dollars won't get adjusted, because their indirect cost money is paid separate apart from their program dollars. For example, those programs that have a high salary, it's going to benefit them because they have mostly in salaries and not much in services. So they're only going to get charged 15%. So they'll get benefited. Those programs that have lower salaries and higher services, they're going to pay more because their base is bigger. They'll be getting charged 15% of things other than just salaries. But like I said, the review that LJ did, most of those programs are with our either BIA or IHS. Those monies are separate than service money. We have the option of doing this for as long as we want. We can do it 1 year or we can do it 20 years. It's at our discretion. The benefits to us by doing this are, one, we don't have to negotiate a rate anymore. We don't have to worry about our entities getting audits in time. And we know in advance what it's going to be and what our base is going to be. So it's a stabilized thing. The first year you might do programs, but once they're taken care of or they're adjusted, then it shouldn't be a problem for the future at all. But right now, our options are limited. I don't see any other way out of this. Because we've been in contact with the IDC people, and the earliest, if everybody got an audit on time, but just next month or two, we could have a proposal in by, let's say, April, but it takes 4 to 6 months for them to approve a rate. So we're looking at the beginning of next fiscal year to have a rate for this year, which means for this year we're not going to be able to collect any of their costs. And DOJ is threatening to hold up their entire grants. Yeah. So do you have any questions?
Any questions? Tammy?
This was, brought up in judiciary, because it is holding up grants. Can you be specific on which, entities, programs that have not received the audits from, and can you kind of say the reason why you haven't received the audits? Are they late at requesting audits, getting them done? I mean, because in the past and even now, and this is why we're doing this, if we place those entities haven't gotten audits done.
The entities of Redco, and I think TLE was running late, but TLE just got theirs done, so they're getting close to being current. Our casino, the audit was in, it had some questions, but they should be okay now, but primarily the past has been just the Redco audit. But again, once we do this, we don't have to worry about that as far as the indirect cost goes. The tribe should still make these entities be current on our audits, but at least it's not going to affect our operation.
Up,
Is it, Mr. Treasurer, is it fair to, instead of these, chartered entities playing games, holding up the rest of the programs, would it be more feasible to establish a timeline when these other entities could turn their audit in? I know it's impossible, but.
They all have the same requirements as we do. How many days after the end of fiscal year, like ours has got to be done the end of June, or we get penalized. They all have the same funding as us. They all have the same rules, but we don't have a handle of them like we do. And because we're the tribe, we're the host, they're our subsidiary of us. To make sure that their audits are in on time. So agencies don't hammer them over the head, they hammer us over the head. So we need to make them stay current or get current and stay current. I'm asking us to do this so that it doesn't affect our operations.
Yeah, I guess the reason for my request is, I don't want to get hit on the head. I don't want my head hit on because of somebody else's, problems. So I think that, there's gotta be some way to make these people start complying and start getting their, timely manner. And I guess I always threaten, we should suspend their charter for a while. Until they get to a point where they start knowing how to submit, their audits on time. And I was told, remember we talked about that, Kathy?
Yes.
I was told, but there's rumors going around among tribal members out there that a lot of these charter entities don't want to help the tribal members. And they said they cannot touch us because we're not part of the tribe. And to me, that appears like a challenge. It appears like they're challenging me to test their authority. Now, I tell you, if they challenge me, I'm going to win every time. And if it gets to a point where we start suspending or pulling their charter, that's what it's going to take. But bottom line, at the end of the day, the people that catch hell are the tribal members. Because of somebody's goof-offs, lackadaisical approach to services to our tribal members. So I think it's high time that we start baring our teeth and start making these programs and chartered entities do stuff to provide services to their tribal members.
Thanks, Bob. And again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't hold our feet to the fire, at least to happen. But just so we have money to operate our government, I'm asking you to do this. It's our prerogative, it's a federal register. Instead of negotiating the indirect cost rate, we can, it used to be a 10% amendments rate, but this year it was increased to 15. If it was at last year's rate at 10%, I wouldn't do it because it wouldn't be enough for us to operate. It's 15%, it's going to be pretty much a break-even bill.
So if we adopt this, Wayne, we don't have to wait for Redco or casinos audit then?
We don't have to submit a proposal or negotiate a rate. All we do is send this letter out to the funding agencies and say, hey, look, we're opting to exercise our right to collect 15% minimum rate, period.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's
Shannon,
I'll make that motion to bring on emergency resolution.
I have to read it in.
Second.
Motion for emergency legislation. Kim, a number?
13, 2025-13.
2513, need a second? Phillips, question, Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve, Patty?
Motion to approve 2025-13.
Second? Lila?
I'll start from the fourth whereas. Whereas the appendix to Part 200 States and Local Government and Indian Tribes Indirect Cost Proposals, a general section 2 provides that indirect costs include A, indirect costs originating in each department or agency of the governmental unit carrying out federal awards, and B, the cost of central governmental services distributed through the Central Service Cost Allocation Plan as described in Appendix 5 to this part and otherwise treated as direct costs. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Treasurer has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to adopt the 15% de minimis indirect cost rate for federal awards administered by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe as authorized under 2 CFR 200.414F for fiscal year 2025. And whereas the election of the 15% de minimis rate is in accordance with the federal regulations which permit recipients and subrecipients without a negotiated cost rate to apply a de minimis rate of up to 15% of modified total direct costs, MTDC does not require documentation to justify its use, and once elected, the recipient or subrecipient must use the de minimis rate for all federal awards and may be applied indefinitely unless the tribe chooses to receive a negotiate rate. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Treasurer to notify all federal agencies that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the 15% de minimis indirect cost rate for all federal awards administered by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe as authorized under 2 CFR 200.414F for fiscal year 2025. And be it further resolved that the RST Treasurer is authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all correspondence documentation consistent with this directive of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council.
Question? Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. I appreciate it, and I'll get this out today. All those problems we're having with the Department of Justice will hopefully be resolved now. Thank you.
Yes, Simon?
This doesn't mean that we're gonna not consider taking action on some of these other entities that are behind on this.
Yeah, I believe yesterday you had discussion on bringing these entities in, so I think that when you set these meetings up with them, that you do it just for them, so you have time to work this stuff out. So your agenda isn't so full that you can't spend time with them, but I recommend you do that with according to the schedule you guys set on Wednesday.
Okay, council, next we have Peebles and Kidder here at the request at the last council meeting that they come to discuss their contract and answer any questions and concerns. If you want to come up front, gentlemen.
Sorry, can you push on his terrible? Morning, council.
If you want to introduce yourselves, first of all.
I've been here before, Blake Hollis. This is our new partner, Seth Pierman, former Attorney General at Andrew, and my other partner, colleague, Greg Narvaez.
Morning. Good morning.
As requested right here. I understand that there's questions that need to be answered regarding our agreement with the tribe. We're happy to answer those. And if there's any misunderstandings, hurt feelings of any kind, my apologies for that intent. We're here to serve you all and try to do the best work that we possibly can. Because we understand that it's a larger tribe than beyond this room right here. People that we need to serve. And so with that, I'm happy to walk through the memorandum that we prepared for you. I believe Councilman Blackbear had requested that we provide an update. So we did prepare that. We can walk through that if you'd like. We can jump straight to the contractual agreement that we have with you all, answer any other questions that you have.
Blake, do you have a copy of your contract with you?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Have enough copies for all the council?
I hope so.
You have the memorandum
Tina?
as well.
Yes.
You know, can hand it out. Our Sergeant at Arms will hand it out, Blake.
And also, when we discuss the memorandum, we request that the council go into executive session because it's marked as confidential. There's also matters of litigation that are involved in that as well.
We can go off there, but we will not go into executive session.
Fair enough.
declare us into executive session.
I know.
Oh, no, I don't.
As I mentioned, partner Greg has been handling this particular matter and turn the floor to him to discuss further on what he needs from you all.
Sure. So, as I mentioned, I'm based in Sacramento, and Blake sent over to me a child dependency proceeding matter that's in Sacramento County, and
Stop.
Okay.
Okay, Travis, the council wants to report on why we're so far behind on our deliveries, what's going on. If you can give them a report.
Yep, so, good morning or afternoon, I should say, now.
Good evening.
Evening, yeah. Travis, Eagle Did Senior, been with Sioux Propane for 8 years now. One of the issues I know the concern is, I keep hearing is that we're behind, deliveries, on that matter there, before winter even started, I have let my supervisors know that we were down, drivers, and we were only gonna be down to the one driver and the one truck. The other trucks were down due to vandalism. Somebody come out there and they get hit. I think this is the third time that they've been vandalized. Broken into, windows broken. This last time they actually cut data wires on one of the trucks. So we had to replace the data wires on them. I'm not sure if that's what happened on that other red truck, but it wasn't a starter issue. It was, there's something else going on with it too. All the truck, like Floyd's up in Pierre, Rapid City, they're booked up, for 2 months. We can't get them in there. And in that 2 months, it's just to look at them, that's not to fix them. But we do have an appointment. I did set an appointment up 2 months ago. So that's coming up the end of this week. We can get our truck up there and get it looked at and see what's going on with it. And then the other one, I'll have to go to Rapid City, to figure out what's going on with the data cables, because we can't just piece those together. And there's about 1 million wires in that sucker to make everything communicate properly. So that's where that'll go. And as far as being behind, we are on schedule. We're just booked up 2 weeks. There's a difference between being behind and being booked out. We're booked out. LEAP is coming up, not this week, but the week after, and then we allocated 2 weeks. It was 1 week when we had the 3 trucks, but we allocated that out 2 weeks just to make sure that everybody gets delivered. We just focus on LEAP. They are a paying customer and treat them as such. So all there's customers there, they take up that time slot. Like I said, we are on track. This week, we're gonna be finished with all our deliveries this week. I mean, on time. We did get slowed up Monday just because of the icy roads a little bit, but we got that time made up also, and we're back on track. We're not behind, like I've been hearing. We're not behind. We're booked up, which is a good thing because we have the sales there. So, and then hopefully we got another driver coming back Monday, and we are able to get that truck fixed right away with its appointment coming up next week. So we'll have a second truck up on the road. So.
And we did, from the president's office, we did recommend that, and we did allow, if need be, for some of our drivers that you previously worked for, Travis, to be detailed to help him get some of these deliveries out.
Yeah, and then one of the biggest issues and kind of what put us in a situation is, you know, no matter how hard the drivers would work, my job at the end of the day is to make sure that my drivers make it home to their family safe and they don't overwork them or they don't get in an accident. But is no matter how hard they work and how late in the hours they do, they would be ahead of schedule by about a week sometimes. But yet they would still get abused, or, you know, it's a tough job. I mean, they take a lot of abuse there, which they don't deserve. I mean, and it's a hard place to work, especially working sub-zero temperatures, getting in and out of that truck. You know, they work in 2 weeks, I think they were doing 130 hours, and then the 2 weeks, and all of them were, yeah, they get burnt out, and, you know, they'd always get drug up here to get criticized, never for an awesome job for putting in because 200 and some hours, you know what I mean? So I knew it was coming. I let everybody know ahead of time what was coming. I know that LEAP knows, so they dispersed LEAP to other propane companies, so that way we weren't taking on the full brunt, and we were only taking on what we could handle. So, you know, I try to make everybody aware of the situation before it got to where it's at. As far as propane goes, we have enough on hand. You know, we just, this last cold front, we utilized what we had, and I don't know if you guys seen all 3 of the big semis go through here. We're ready for the next cold front that comes in, so We got all 4 of our tanks are all topped off, and, you know, hopefully by next week we'll have a second driver to add that to our trucks there. I know one of the biggest requests that I've been asking since I've been here, which has been 8 years, and every year I've asked was, you know, if we could get assistance either with a propane truck, a new one, because our fleet is old. And every year, you know, soon as winter's over, I start sticking them in shops, you know, because they get hit hard. They work hard in the wintertime and it's hard on the equipment. So those come up pretty costly. I mean, the summertime repairs per truck, you're looking at maybe $30,000 at the most, just to maintain them from the winter. So, you know, with that being said, you know, if we could get another assistance with a propane truck is what we're looking at, is purchasing at least a new one. And I even said, even if we could buy it back from the tribe was able to buy it and we made payments back and bought it back, that's something that we're willing to do too. My biggest thing is, you know, we just need to invest in ourselves. You know, we need to invest a lot of that money back into ourselves and take what it needs to service our people, you know, adequately, and so we can get the job done.
Schultz and then Mike.
For those, thank you for coming on the floor, but for those that need new nozzles in their elders, I don't know if you have run into any of those problems. Whose responsibility, and what if they can't afford to have that nozzle replaced? Whose responsibility is that? Because I have a couple elders that saying that they have to pay $70 for the nozzle before they can even get any propane in. How do we approach those?
On a lot of those, if it's a private home, it's a homeowner tank maintenance issue, so they are responsible. But Sichongo Propane stance on everything is, as long as you're a Sichongo Propane customer, we try to just take care of that. So if it's a nozzle, we'll supply the nozzle, but the biggest deal is getting the propane out of the tank so we can actually do the repairs. So like some of them fill nozzles have a bad spring in them, so we can't pull the propane out of them. So sometimes we tell them, go until your propane's empty, and then we'll come out and we'll fix it. And that's just a timing matter too. So like if it's a small job, like a big deal is wrong with it, we'll supply that. If you're a customer of Sichongo Propane, we won't charge you that, and if it's elders, we just fix them.
So in the meantime, I know Madam Chair's office has been supplying heaters to those that have been trying to get their tanks to go down also. Okay.
Okay.
One last thing, can we please do, with the new storm coming in, can we please get a PSA out there or even on our channel here to show everybody what your route is? Because some don't know, and the on-call workers for housing, because it's the same number, but it's a different worker every time, and just get them important numbers that they need to know during this time, snow removal and everything. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things with was with the elders too, like if it's an elder and they are out of propane, I know during this cold front and they're on 0%, we try to break route and then go get them and squeeze them in it if they're elder and they're completely out of propane, or they have like an existing health issue. We try to take care of them too as soon as we can. The only time that we can is if we're in White River and it's in Spring Creek, then I just ask them to get a hold of either the president's office or somebody to get them heaters until we can get down there.
Yeah.
Travis, tuck away here. How come you showed up? You're gonna get chewed up.
That's what I get paid for. The good and the bad.
Yeah, Travis, how many, you said that you have only one driver. Is that you?
No, that is Jazz. And then she drives, and then I was gonna drive the other truck, and that truck is the one that started having the issues.
Okay. Now you're talking about you're wanting to get another truck. How are you gonna take care of that if you got vandalism problems?
Well, that was another thing too, is we were visiting with my bosses, and we were gonna put a chain link fence up where we parked the trucks out to Redco. And then not only that, we've added additional cameras out there now so we can see 360 all around. As before, we only had the one. So we've added 2 more to cover the front, the back, Cause on that camera, you could see them running from the highway over across the field, and then the chains and all the other tools must have got too heavy because you could start seeing where they would drop them.
Now, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I heard you say something about, T-Chungle membership. T-Chungle propane membership? Is there such a thing?
No. Membership.
So
Do
why
you
did
mean
say
regular
that?
customers, not membership?
Yeah, we service anybody.
Okay,
You don't have to have a membership.
yeah, you
Yeah.
try to service anybody, but I went to your shop 3 times every other week. I went 1 week, I waited a while, 2nd week I went it, 3rd week I went. Every time I had my card ready to pay for it, and they said, "Lee-up customers only." So then I had to, come back the following week, and they told me the same thing, and they told me that 3 times.
Yeah.
So finally, I got tired of waiting, so I had to give my money to a Washitu company, Sandhill Propane.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm not very happy with that is because I wanted to give the money to a tribal entity rather than give it to a Washitu.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't want my money, it's just green as everybody else.
I hear you. So on that part there, so even our office staff is new. We have 2 new office people in our office now. And me. So everybody that is auto propane call, sorry, I'm just getting over pneumonia. But
They bring too much propane.
I'm out there in the cold taking care of our people. So I'm out there, so somebody that, if you're out of propane, we can't just come over and fill you and leave. So, but my trucks do, but my lady should go and fill it, and then I go out there and I'll hook up our gauge, pressurize the system real quick and make sure you don't have any leaks and go on. And in return, we've had a little bit of misunderstanding in the office, and that's where that happened, but I did address that and take that it's taken care of that. No, regardless, they take the payments and just let you know that there's a 2-week waiting period if we were in that situation.
And I didn't like the way I was treated by that one lady.
Okay.
I didn't like the way I was treated.
And that's not the only complaint.
Yeah, and then I was willing to pay there and then wait for my propane to be delivered later date, but they just told me straight out that it was for Lee-up customers only, so.
Yeah, that has been addressed and it has been fixed.
After the 3rd time, I had to give my money to the Washitu guy. And one more issue. What are you guys doing to attract drivers? You guys aren't doing nothing.
It's not the fact, it's people that have their CDL have a hard time obtaining the hazmat permit. So if you have your Class A CDL and I allowed you to go out in that propane truck and drive without your hazmat and you had an accident, you got hurt, yeah, you can't sue the tribe, but you can sue me personally. So that's the reason for that. And that's why it's important that you have all the endorsements to get in that truck. So we can't just stick anybody in that truck, because what if that person was to hurt somebody else on the road?
Yeah.
Then it all falls back on the shoulders of me.
Yeah, do you guys provide training though?
I used to provide the training I would used to take time in sometime, but then Tech Road start having the classes up there where they'd offer a CDL. So we've sent some people up there. And I think that they were supposed to do the driving portion of it too, but that never happened.
Okay.
So I am working with the state now and having Propane we're working on being our own testing for the driving portion of it here.
Okay.
So
whoever your supervisor, I would suggest that you would get together with them and start a strong promotional program to try to attract some drivers. We got a lot of young people breaking into your truck and stuff, which could be working instead.
Exactly.
Now, one more question. Who's your supervisor? Is that Ridco?
Yep. It'll be Ray and Clay.
Okay. Now, my next question is regarding to salaries. You don't have to tell me how much the drivers make, but do they make between $10 and $15 an hour?
They make more than that.
Okay, all right. That's all I need to know. And the reason why I'm asking that,
they make more than I do.
Because my theory, why?
Overtime, pennies per gallon.
Yep. They get a commission, overtime. Yeah.
Okay, my theory is that Redco's too top heavy. You got too many officials sitting in a high position drawing a lot of salary. And when you guys are running into that problem of people bitching you guys out about lack of propane, I wish that you guys could have went to some of your old ex-drivers. They probably still have their hazmat and CDL. Why couldn't you guys draw up a contract with them to say, come in and help me out at the evenings or during the weekend? Help us catch up.
Believe me, I have. I can send you, show you some of the phone calls, texts that I've asked them, even go to their house and I visit with them and try to get them over here, but nobody wants to work for propane.
Because I tell you what, we was in a crisis situation because we had a lot of low-income people, a lot of grandmas and grandpas that were knocking at the door,
Yeah.
telling me to have you go get them some propane. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
So, we ran into that, so I kind of wish that next time we run into a situation like that where there's an emergency declaration, that you guys would make a better effort to address those.
I mean, everybody, with that, I've asked, and that's why I got one of the drivers to come back too. He actually contacted me and we visited and he came back. So I have reached out and asked a lot of our ex-employees, even other employees, just to contract on the weekends or when they're not working, to come and contract, and we pay them. But it's a tough job. Propane is a very, very tough job to do. I mean, you're pulling that hose through snow drifts when it's -20 and there's wind blowing. I mean, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, and instead of just complaining around all the time, I like to commend you guys too for doing that kind of job. And one of the things that really surprised me is last year I asked for some propane, and those two females that came up.
Yeah.
So I asked him, where the hell's all the guys at? And he said, they're too damn lazy.
Yeah, and that's all the stuff with the two females there towards the end. I mean, the other ones had taken other jobs elsewhere. So.
All right, Chris, Totes, Tammy, and Stan.
What about me, Chair?
Oh, are you in there? Yeah, you had Totes. Okay, I'll throw you in there, Mike.
You're discriminating against me. I'm making my silhouette.
You talked too much that they forgot you.
Okay, Chris, Totes, Mike, Tammy, and Stan.
Good afternoon.
Can you get them over?
I just want to say, first off, thank you, and thank you for doing what you guys do. That's some really good information, and I know that it's very vital to our area. And it's not unnoticed, and I just want to let you know that's really great. And you said something that kind of attracted my attention. I want us to pay attention to that. You said your bosses, we're not your bosses, are we, huh?
Well, my immediate supervisor is
Redco, Clay. And so these are the questions that we need to ask him. All these things that we want to ask. I know that you're the person in charge of it.
Yeah.
But the person that can really help you out is that guy. That's not here, Mr. Colon. And so I feel like, have you asked him about the opportunity of getting a new vehicle? And what has he said?
I have. We have spoken in the past, and with Ray. New position out there, we've actually spoke about that too, and I think from next week, we're gonna sit down and have a more in-depth discussion on seeing what avenues we could take to get a new truck, if not some new used trucks, I have looked in that avenue, but the trucks that I have found, they couldn't supply me the maintenance reports or what's done with them or positions, because I'd sure hate to spend all that money on the lemon.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And most of my concerns too, that were mostly what Mr. Rattingley already said too, kind of the top heavy side of it too. If you kind of trickle that part down into you, like put it into the things that actually matter, like our propane, our wakaija, tokiochihei, like these things that Rico is doing. Whenever they come down and they talk, they make it seem like they're doing really good. Like he said, they're throwing, make it seem like they're doing really good. But in reality, we're not, because we don't hear what is actually going on between the programs themselves, because we don't get to hear from you guys. Because I'm going to assume that you assume that they're going to take care of it, and yet we don't get the actual truth behind it. Because I know that, I'm sure if we knew this was going to come up in the past, we would have done something to help you out with it. or along with the other CDCs within Redco, we could help them out, because it looks like to them, you probably don't care, because we're not throwing you guys money the way we probably should to show that we care. But to the higher ups that are reporting, the middlemen between you guys and us is saying something completely different, that we're okay, let's not worry about it. And that's what's getting us into this mess, not just with Redco, but with the casino, with everything else. There's a middleman in there that is not communicating this portion. And that's who we need to get, not get upset at or mad at, but we need to figure out why. Are we allowing this middle person that is never in this room when it matters? And so I just really want to commend you for what you're doing. You know, it's hard work. And I know the words that I've heard said about you, and so they're the main people, and I get it, and you're a strong man, and I commend you for being up here and giving this report when no one else from your program is here.
Yeah.
And so before I give it to Totes, I will, it was discussed on Wednesday that we have Redco come to our the meeting on the I can't see the calendar, 22nd. So at that time, I think that it would be good for Clay to also bring their budget so that the council can review it to see if they have funding to help situations such as this. For years and years, it's been requested for Redco to bring their budget here, and I don't think anyone has ever seen it. So I'll put that on the agenda for them to actually bring the budget for you all to review, so you know what's going on. They are a chartered entity of this tribe. You do have a right to see it.
And then on top of, sorry, just one more thing real fast. I'm sorry. Since you just brought that up, I want to know if it'd be possible to bring the administrative people, if you could bring the sellers in that too, so that we see how is it possible that if they are making whatever people say they're making, well, our CDCs are struggling. How is that right? How is that justifiable? Okay. Yes.
Okay, back on track. Totes, Mike, Tammy, Stan, Lila.
When it comes to the CDLs, maybe if you collaborate with TechGrow and they can actually pay for our help with some of that training with those with CDLs and the extra endorsement that they need to. And piggybacking off what Chris just said, he's very true, and we discussed this earlier, you guys. It's time to change, time to make people be accountable and stop coming here and BSing us and giving us false information. So this body, the administration, we're going to start making changes, you guys. We are for the people. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, Tammy, Stan, Lila, and Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Trav, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, Travis, what's involved with the hazmat training? Why is that so difficult?
Yeah.
Problem. I mean, what is it entail?
What the majority of them struggle with is the dates. So it doesn't just, the hazmat doesn't just pertain to propane.
Right.
Hazmat all across the board. So it's like loading certain materials on a certain deck of a trailer. Dates at a trailer. There's like a lot of dates and years and stuff in there. And I think they get intimidated by it. And it's a little tricky. Sometimes it's the same question with a different date placed at a different place in the sense. And it seems different, but it's the same question.
So it's a lot of schoolwork, basically.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, so what do you have any ideas what can be done about that? What can we do to help there?
Before COVID hit, what I was doing was in the summertime when we were slow, we were offering CDL training. All I was doing was going through the book with them and helping them study. And then even with their hazmat, we'd have like practice tests, and I'd work with Russ.
Potential drivers or?
Yeah, potential drivers.
Potential drivers.
Yep, potential drivers. Work with the state, and then they would give me like some practice tests. They do the practice tests and see where they were at. And then they would go and do their tests. And of course, they would pay for the tests on their own, but if they passed it and came work for us, we reimbursed 100% of all their costs there.
How expensive is it?
At the most, you're looking about less than $200 for all of them, probably. Or $200 at the most.
Okay, and they have to go off someplace to do this?
Yeah, so you can do them here, whenever the drivers will come here, you can do them here in Rosebud. The only portion you'd have to do before you do your hazmat is you'd have to go at the TSA fingerprints up in here. So you'd have to get a TSA background check also to get your hazmat.
Well, we know how to do that, right?
Yeah, that's up in here, you get that done, that's $86.
Do you have to travel to Pier to do that, or?
Yeah, you have to travel up here to do
There's
that.
no way to facilitate that locally, I mean.
No, it's all done up there, they actually take your fingerprints and you fill out.
Sure. Okay.
Tammy, Stan,
I
Lana,
ain't
Michelle,
done
Lily,
yet. I'm not
Chris.
done yet, Madam
Oh.
Chair. Jeez.
Well, you're not standing when you're not standing. I don't know if
Nobody
you're
else is
done,
standing either.
'cause you're sitting.
So the truck thing, what does the new truck cost?
A new truck for the size that we have runs roughly about $225,000.
Okay, and what's the turnaround time for delivery if you order one?
I just got some deals from White River Distributing where they have like 4 trucks available.
My chair goes under. so
That'd
I'm
be
gonna
almost
stand
not,
up.
it's a year wait.
For a new truck?
Yeah.
Okay, what about a refurbished truck? Is there anything such thing as refurbished? I would think.
But yeah, there is. And sometimes if they get them, they're like 6 months out, 6-7 months out.
Yeah.
They still refurbish, they probably run about 180 grand.
Okay, do you have confidence in a refurbished truck?
I would, depending if there's
From
some
a
motor,
reputable outfit.
transmission, all that stuff. The
Now,
keys.
I'm asking these questions because, hey, we've still got next winter and the winter after that. How many trucks, obviously you need a backup truck at a minimum. In case one breaks down.
So the truck is we had as a backup, one is the one that they come out at.
Yeah, right. So, but if you're not really running behind, you're all booked up, but that's basically the same thing as being behind because you're all tied up. You can't make a delivery, so, and it's because you don't have enough drivers, because you don't have enough trucks. In a nutshell, right?
Yeah, we were able to do more. Even our contractors, we've always been about averaging about 8 to about 1 million gallons of propane that we deliver a year. This year, we're about half of that.
Okay, being able to, contract, your propane, is that a problem? Getting enough?
No, I've never run into that issue. Where
Okay, so supply is enough. Your big tanks are full, you just can't get it to the customer, basically.
Yeah.
That's the primary problem.
As fast as we have in the past.
Okay, so do you have any idea as to the numbers of the operation? How much money you make, that sort of thing?
I do, but that'd probably be a better question for finance.
Or just roughly,
For the whole year?
yeah, how much money does the operation, how much does it take for it to pay for itself, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think we're right offhand. I kind of think. That's so
In
much.
terms of gross profit?
Yeah.
The administrator's question.
Yeah,
He probably knows.
Yeah, right off the top of my head, we're probably about. With what we have right now, we're probably about 130,000, just for the overhead cost. That's not counting buying propane.
Okay, but to pay for your labor and repairs, about 130
Well, no,
grand?
that's just like, yeah, the labors and repairs.
Okay.
The
All
small
right.
repairs, not the
Do
big.
you know, what do you guys pay for a gallon of propane? And how much do you sell it for? Do you know
As
that?
far as maybe tell how much you buy it for, I'd rather not say that part on the air or whatever, but we're at $1.89 right now.
Okay.
Just for our competitors and all that stuff,
Yeah.
so.
I guess the other thing I want to say again, I'm gonna, harken back to, here we are, we knew collectively, this is all about the tribe, okay? Collectively, we knew that Sioux Propane was having problems before winter got here. And yet we were not able to communicate well enough to do something about it. That's problem number one in my mind.
Yeah.
So I think we should, I don't believe Redco financially is going to be able to, access the finances to fix the place. I'm guessing that, okay? The guys that run the place probably can tell me I'm full of it, but they got other problems, and we're aware of that. Childcare, other things. So I'm imagining that their money is tight. So I think, it's our responsibility, mainly because we need to keep our people safe, it's our responsibility to step in here and help out. So, I think we should go on record to find the financing to fund the purchase of a couple of additional trucks and put some money into the development of drivers, and get that done. That should be job one, right now. Again, I'm not suggesting we get into our pot of gold, whatever's left of it, and spend it, but I know damn well we can, can figure out a way to do this, and again, I'll harken back to, even if we were over here, if we were broke, Tribal Land Enterprise over there, can spend a few $100,000 to buy some property from some guy over here, over east here, and maybe they have to take out a loan to do that. Well, they could also maybe help. Why can't they help us out, take out a loan to buy a couple of propane trucks? I'm not suggesting we put on TLE, but I'm suggesting, if we don't have any place else to get it from, we're so damn broke, then maybe we should go and beg the TLE.
Yeah.
But I think we need to do something so we can fix this once and for all. The reason we got into the propane business and supported it was so that we'd be able to have a dependable, accessible, affordable access to propane for ourselves and our people.
Yep.
And we're far from it.
At that time, we paid price gouge, if you remember, from the company's admission, where we were being charged $4 a gallon at that time, was one of the big reasons why they started the propane company also. Then on that, before going to the next question was, I know that we have put in a request when they did your wish list and all that stuff for the propane trucks. We did put in at that time several times for propane trucks. And I think the last administration, when Scott was here, we put in a request for a transport trailer so we could start hauling our own propane. But not only that, it would provide an additional 11,000 gallons of storage if needed. But then with that trailer, we could tow it up to, let's say, Norris area park, and our trucks would just fill off of it.
And that's great, but if you can't take it from there to the customer,
Yeah, well, if that
was a discussion going on here, they had it asked backwards,
Yeah. So then the semi would actually pull up out there, we would fill our propane trucks right off that semi
Yeah, I
trailer,
understand.
instead of coming all the way back
Yeah.
over here. And I think it made it as far as to budget and finance, and then budget and finance had more questions, and then they were supposed to give me a date to come back and answer them questions, but it never happened.
Okay, we have Tammy, Stan, Lila, Michelle, Willie, Chris, and Totes.
Okay, real quick, Mike, some of the questions that he had asked you, like how much it was and whatnot, but I kind of wanted to ask Mike and maybe you in this body, but we've seen a report here from TLE that said there was $4.some million available to TLE. Is there any way that we can utilize that to help with the truck? I mean, and then another thing that I kind of wanted to ask was, the CDL, that's like $3,000 if you're starting from just your driver's license, right? Or is it?
So that's if you're gonna go attend the school. So the state came up with this deal where, well, the CL thing, well, you have to have this class now, and if you're obtaining your hazmat, but you can actually just take that online. And a lot of times that 3,000 is for you to go to actual classes.
Oh,
To go
okay.
to schooling for, but you can, and they have what you need to take all online. You get it that way, so it don't cost like 3,000. What we're trying to do is, before COVID hit, I was working on having Redco be the one, or Sioux Propane be the one testing facility where you could come,
Yeah,
do your hazmat, whether you work for us or not, and then you could do your driving test right there. So, and then the semi that we did purchase, we purchased a semi in hopes that we could get a trailer later on down the road.
right.
Yeah, to transport our own and to do those tests. And the state, I'm working with the state and having them come down and establish a route for the driving test portion of it, so.
Okay, that was the only thing that.
So it is in a process in trying to cover that avenue too. For not only just for propane, but any of our travel people that want to obtain CDL. So I'm all about, us helping each other here, trying to get services done.
In response to your first question, we'll look into several different resources to see how we can help.
Yep.
I think Redco themselves should be able to contribute to this.
I agree, and
Agree.
I'll wait till Redco comes, I got a lot of questions here.
Okay, Stan, Lila, Michelle. You're on there. That's the first three.
Just want to thank guys for showing up and giving us a, what's been going on, Joe. I want to commend you along with the rest of the guys that commending you. One question I have is that when you make a delivery to a unit that is completely out of propane, and after you fill, does your drivers help light up the standing pilots or?
So on that part there, we don't go inside of the home, see how the propane does it. So what I have them do is if there's a unit that's out of propane, they'll pull the pigtail, they'll put a lock on it. And what I'll do is I come along as a, chase vehicle, and then I go into those units, pull the plug, I'll hook up my little monitors and I'll do the test on it, hook it up. And then I take leave from my job to go in the house to light up appliances for them. Does that make sense? Yeah. Being that I am a certified service tech on that side of it, so I go in and I do that. It's just insurance issues are the reason why I have to do that.
Thanks, that's all I got.
Lila, Michelle, Willie, Chris, Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Glad to see you. That was huge. This issue and this problem, shouldn't be a problem. Redco can take care of it, have the money, they can find innovative ways to put back into the community, because we have all these chartered entities with a purpose and to stick to that purpose. And a lot of times, it all is salaries. I want to see the budgets. I want to see what's going on, because we have that need here, and these guys shouldn't even be in this situation. They shouldn't even be in that situation. We all know what the problem is here. We all know. And we wanted to establish our own propane company so we can be self-sufficient and independent. And what happened again? Always back to the tribe. The tribe has enough things to take care of, will do exhaust your resources in that arena. And then let us know. The tribe will work with everybody, but we got to see what's going on. Clay should be here, not somebody else. Clay should be here. He's the top dog over there, and not put that on somebody else's shoulders, because when you are in a business like this and you are hired to do that and represent that corporation, that is your responsibility. I don't care. When the tribe calls on you, come in a good way. And let's handle this, because it puts my colleagues in a situation too, because they have to deal with all this, and not all the time does every one person know everything. And so we can discuss this and make it better, and they shouldn't have to work like that. Let's look at our workers, the boots on the ground. If my workers need to be taken care of, then let's look at that. Come here. I don't know wherever everybody's at, but you live here or whatever, come here and help us find solutions. But what's really hard is, like you said, I have a hard time sometimes, because I was raised Spring Creek all the way. I don't have no bachelors, no doctors, no nothing. I'm just me, and my education comes from our the way of life. So I'm sorry if I don't mean to offend people, but I think like that. So
That's just for that meeting.
it's all about accountability, we say, but you know what? When money gets involved, we sidetrack. And like I said, again, wo tekilana oyate ki echa iochnate washichunkobi. We work under the law of the Chinupa and the law of the people. So that's how I understand why I sit here. That's how I understand my Midaku Yakila. Now, all my relatives, everybody, if I wanted to be in New York and be an executive, I would have done that. But I'm here, and the people have me here because I have to think they must have saw something in me for me to sit here. They must have saw something in us, every one of us, so we sit here. So they can live their lives and us help make sure everything's available. Now today, there's a war and something changing with the cycle. We're taking over everything. It's good, and sometimes it's not. Because there's a Woyukjan there. There's a Woyukjan, there's a Kawachin. There's a way of thought process. And how our people live that way. So, you know, even today, if I need advocacy, I know what I still have to do. I'm not gonna come here. I'll go to one of my Wichasha relatives and I'll ask them to help me. Chimawea, I'm a woman. So that for me is like proper protocol, you know, and do it in a good way. Do it in a respectful way. Respect yourself, honor yourself. And when the tribe hires us, that's really good. It's such an honor to work for my tribe. And so what if we get days off? So what if we give bonuses? That's the tribe's money. But if we don't have the knowledge of what is needed, so now today we accomplished some things. Sorry, we're not arguing. People like that stuff. I don't. But we accomplished some good things today. We got the resolution passed for a family, and we talked about ICWA, and now we're talking about propane to help our people. Those are top. You know,
Thanks.
and so the people know now. We didn't go into executive to be bad or nothing, you know. We had to take care of some children. And then today we need to talk about propane and propane trucks. So if this body doesn't have a priority, we're gonna be like we were when we came back. Embarrassing. We're like ants all over. That's not good. That's not the way to be. We represent our families, we represent our tribe, we represent each other. So we have to remember that. We have to remember those things, because each and every one of you, I can't make a decision here without your support. I can't do anything for my people without your support, without, you know, taking care of these things. And you know, we pay people, this tribe pays people top dollar. We pay people top dollar. Hey, yeah, give them some.
Me, I don't care, give them good pay. So they'll help us. That's how our people think. But if we can't even get a propane truck, what the heck? Now I'm wondering, I don't like that. Now I'm wondering what's going on. My eyebrows, we're like, whoa, this isn't good. Because he's getting off in pneumonia. That's not good. Toshkawa, I don't want my Toshka sick. So there's all these things that come with the factor. So when, and I'm not going to ask my colleagues, that sit on the board here. No, we're in council today. When it goes that way, they'll see it for us from here. They'll ask questions and they'll bring our people here. But there's something wrong when it's like that, when it's flipped over and lopsided. And that's what I hear my colleague Mike talking about. I hear him questioning us. Because we went far from where we're supposed to be. He came back to council and I think, he's just fed up. Sometimes I'm like, gee, it's good he's here. But, those things I want to remind us of, because it's not easy when you're called upon. But we all knew what we were getting into when we came here. We all knew. We all know what we're in for. So we have to have thick skin, and we also have to remember that, we have to take care of everybody. But when we don't give the right resources to our workers, that bothers me. He shouldn't have to stand here and take judgment and have us, whatever. But it's good to know all this, because now we know what you need. Maybe buy him a nice pair of gloves, keep his hands warm, something. So I'm sorry I took up time, but I want us to remember and refocus. It's everywhere. When we wear that emblem, look at it, think about it. Our people did create this stuff just to be hung up somewhere and forgotten about. Our ancestors and our people, they depend on us. Because nobody outside of the reservation boundaries gives a rat. So we have to work. And let's find these answers and find a way to get our people taken care of. If we have to outsource, sometimes we have to do that. But, I'm really thankful today. We're having a really good day. And I thank everybody for your positivity, because this is the work that needs to be done. And moving forward, I would like to see Redco here. If at all possible, let's bring the big boss here. These are questions for the big boss. And, we need answers.
Michelle, Willie, Chris Coates, Tammy.
Hi, Travis.
Hello.
I just want to commend your driver for going out there. I see that it's a woman and she's going around to herself as well. So I know she's working really hard, and I hope that you're taking care of her financially.
That's good.
I guess I share the same opinion as my colleagues as far as Redco should be responsible to buy that new truck that you're requesting. I've seen the income that Sioux Propane brings in for Redco, and I know it's a lot. I feel like Redco should be the one responsible to take on that cost as far as helping buy that truck for the people. I just ask that Sioux Propane be more informative to the people as far as where you guys are at, because we get a lot of calls. We have a lot of elders running out of propane, and I know that you're telling us what's going on, but tell the people, because they need to know that. And as far as the LEAP orders, I'm wondering if you can give people at least 2 months worth of propane rather than going month to month. And hopefully that'll help with
being so not backed up or whatever it is you are, but because they run low, they run out and it's freaking cold. So wondering if that's something that you're able to do as far as doing those LEAP orders, the ones that you have anyway.
Can I mention something with both of you? I think if you can make an exception to people, I know you guys have this set schedule, but when a person's low, especially an elder or somebody that's got respiratory issues, things like that, you know, they're told that, oh, we're on a schedule, we only deliver to your community on this day. I really think that's detrimental to the people. It would be good because I know that the other vendors do make exception as long as they have the propane available at the end of their delivery, they will stop at other people's house. And the other thing that they do that I'm told we don't do is if they only have $50, $75, whatever it is, they will put propane in for them. But I'm told that we don't do that, that we say they have to buy the minimum. Some of our people wouldn't be without heat if they were allowed to get whatever amount of money that they have available. Or both Lisa and I will provide funding to help with the ones that already have electricity or wood. We will help with the other, where we make a payment right to the vendor. It doesn't go to the individual, but it goes to the vendor. So I think exceptions like that would really help.
On that note, I'm glad you brought it up because a lot of times when our truck leaves to the office and it goes to the community, that whole truck is completely sold. Every gallon is sold by somebody who had placed an order. So if you came up and you needed $50, I can't give you the $50 because I don't have nothing to give. Yeah, the truck is full, but it's already allocated to somebody in that community. And as far as the elders go, we do make exceptions. Our elders that are over 60 and are on a fixed income, we don't require them to buy the minimum. We take whatever they have, whatever they can afford. We've always been like that. Ever since I've taken over ran the places, I've always made sure that we've taken care of our elders. If they're out of propane, I don't know how many we've done last week where they were out of propane and we knew that they were out of propane and they were elders. I would squeeze them in the route. As long as we were close by, I would break route and go over here because like I said earlier, if we're in White River and there's an elder out in Spring Creek, we can't come all the way over, because then it'll disrupt us. Then for sure I'll be on the floor for being behind then, if I did it that way. But then I asked them to ask their tribal or their leaders to help us through the night until I can make it work for them.
That's good for the discussion because they tell us this. And then now you're answering the question, and so the people that are listening know that there is exception for the elders or the people that
I had a call from a lady yesterday who just had the baby and got home, and she was out of propane. So we broke her out to go get her propane because she had a newborn baby in the home. And she was in a hospital, so she had no have a way of knowing that she was out. So we do exceptions, that way, and those usually come straight to me. And I make a call on a lot of those too.
And I'd like your phone number before we're done, so I
can call you. And it's 828-6056. I mean, it's posted up at all the plants. I mean, it's everywhere. 828. Yeah, that's 828-6056.
So is there a way that you can inform the public?
So not quite there. I was going to ask, is there a way that we could have access where we could send over to like the channel 93, is it? And you guys could air it there?
Or even on the communications page, something?
They're still working on the communication page.
So I even asked them, I think it was last year, year before, if we could run it in a little banner that they had plan goes on the bottom. That they could run it there, but there wasn't a reason why they couldn't do that.
And I can put it on all of our pages, even our personal, so that we can share it.
I even told my uncle, I said, don't order from Sioux because they won't deliver in 2 weeks, but he placed his order and he ran out. So thankfully Travis came 3 days later and gave him propane, but for 3 days he didn't have propane and it was freezing.
It's happening a lot.
So I mean, if we can just let them know ahead of time, let the people know that this is your wait time, this is how long you're gonna have to wait.
So she can get us all your schedule. Sure.
Even the sign hanging outside your window is not accurate. It says they'll deliver on this day, but they're not delivering on that day.
On that delivery day, so they should be delivering there, but I know, so everybody that calls in, we're out of wait, we'll tell them, there's about a week waiting period, so when now that LEAP's gonna take up, not this week, not next week, the week after, we're letting them know, so the app's gonna be 2 weeks. So there's probably gonna be a 2-week waiting period from that date. So,
Okay.
and the people still place their orders that fills up, but if they come in, we're starting to come in on the weekend, well, she's been coming in on the weekends also and working there too. So that gets us caught up. So it puts a little bit of leeway for the following week, you know what I mean? So then we're able to take more orders for that week.
There is the misinformation, just like Bob had when, because I did too. I called,
Yeah.
tried to place an order and she said, call back next week. So then I called back next week and then she said, no, we're not taking any orders.
Yeah.
So then,
that
by
was-
then my gauge is going lower and lower and lower and I have to call somebody else. So
On that part
just
there,
let them know right away.
I take responsibility, I take responsibility for that part because I've been so busy out in the field trying to make sure that everything's up and operating that I dropped the ball in some parts of the office and but I did get it corrected. So that part's fixed and I accept full responsibility for that.
Bob, are you Luchi?
So,
Are you Luchi?
I'm sugar shock right now.
I thought. Okay, Willie, Chris, Totes, Tammy and Wayne.
Travis, thanks for coming over. Yes, have you over here. I know a lot of the directors get nervous when we call them over here, but it's really informative to have them come over and talk about what's going on. I wasn't aware of the vandalism that was happening over there, which we wouldn't have known about it if we hadn't had you come over. Thank you for coming and not being afraid to come in here and see us, talk with us. We're glad to have you here. Also, thanks to your crew for what they do out there and whether they work in, conditions they work in. And we've always got propane to my place when I needed it. But I'm a little more fortunate than most people because I can order mine ahead of time. And most of our people can't do that. They can't just up and order. You know, some of them are down to 5% before they even think about getting propane. So it's a lot different situation for me. Anyway, my question was on that hazmat training. Once they complete all that, they get a certificate, right?
Yep.
How long is that good for? Is there a period of time when they have to renew or?
Your endorsement, I think, got moved up to 6 years now. Your license is good for now. Your CDL, it works. It's 4 years. It's good for 4 years here before you have to go and take all your hazmat and stuff.
6 years?
Or 6.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah, 4 or 6 years, but they made it longer, that it's more valuable.
6 years off the center.
Whatever we decide to do about the truck replacement here, we'll be happy to help with that. Really need that. That needs to be done.
I am working on getting our CDL established, so we can do the training and everything for you. That's my goal.
Okay, we have Chris, Colts, Tammy and Wayne, and I just want to, of course, I know, like, we do have diabetics that sit here, and that's why earlier I said we needed to take a break, but we want Travis, now our colleague had to leave the room because he is a diabetic. And that's why we need to take breaks here and there, and that's why I had asked for us to take a lunch break. So we'll just hope that Bob's okay and he can come back in here with us. Chris, Totes, Tammy and Wayne.
Yeah, I just like 5 things. I'll go in first because that was the last thing I was gonna bring up. You said something along the lines earlier that while you're working, you take leave while you're working to do another thing that you're certified in to help these people out. You doing that as a free service or are you moonlighting?
It's a free service, so it's my people, you know? I have to be there to accommodate people. Sure.
How come you don't contract out other HVAC people to help out with, to like contract them with you guys to help out as it's going on.
Otherwise, the customer will end up sitting there and having to wait for that person to make it, get over there, because they'll have to stay locked down with no propane. So if that person can't get over there until that evening, then we have to go back over there, verify that they are certified, then we can unlock the tank and give them responsibility for that whole home. Which brings up another question is, our non-tribal companies that come in here, are we holding them to the same standards to make sure our people are protected when they do put propane into their tank? You know, is that something that we're asking of the propane holds ourselves to that accountability to make sure that we don't hurt nobody? Or are we holding them, other companies that come on our reservation to that same standard? You know, if they're performing them tests. Because I know we've had some house explosions not too long ago, especially up in Pier. There's a few more where people got killed, you know, and that's all from out of propane service or anytime you run out of propane, there's a break of pressure in that line. Any little fluctuation in that line can create a crack in that sealant that's in the tubes.
Okay, so then the second thing would be helping you guys out with the stuff. As we have Sioux Propane, I regularly thought about contracting out. If you guys have the propane, have you guys thought about contracting out to another propane company to come in and help deliver our propane to our people? Is that a possibility?
I mean,
is that something you guys thought about?
As far as that, I reached out and told other company that, hey, if you guys are in the area and you want to buy propane from us for your trucks, you don't have to go all the way over to Valentine. I'll get a truckload of propane. Okay. Nobody wants to because they have their own set prices over there. So nobody's gonna want to buy from us, and then, you know what I mean?
If you're higher.
Yeah, if we're higher.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So then the next thing would be, have you thought about looking at Sioux Nation's early job employment training program?
Yep, I've actually worked with them, and I've got a couple of drivers that way. And it's hard to get drivers now. I mean, one that route, because we've worked with them as far as their on-the-job training and job training. You know, there are two little phases there. Yeah, we've utilized to get our drivers that way, and they've helped pay for the training too.
Yeah, okay. And then the last one, because I was actually thinking about that too, was listening to the conversation. A lot of our conversations is back and forth between Sioux Propane and Sioux Co as a holistic thing. And so I feel like if we're more focused on Sioux Co and what their overall statement is, we should wait for them to be here so we can talk to them and not waste his time or our time or the people that need to eat this time to, you know, for these things. And that's what I wanted to make a point at the end. But yeah, thank you.
So it's Tammy Wayne.
You know, this is my opinion. I feel it is Redco's responsibility to buy those trucks because we don't know what their finances are. And I think they're setting pretty dang good if they can pay that amount of money to fix the childcare. And we need to start having lunch in here again because it brings us together as a body. So when we're sitting in here and having lunch together, we can talk about things too, rather than going off for an hour on our own. And I feel that someone mentioned TLE twice. TLE does not have, it's not their responsibility to buy propane trucks. And it's not TLE's. You know, when it comes to economic development also, we're taking money from TLE to do Unchi Maka or clean our communities for 1 month out of the whole year. We're wasting that money. I mean, it's cleaning the community up, but you know what? Our people need to start meeting us halfway to keep things clean, you know, and always coming at us. Some of the people who come to us, it's legit with what their concerns are. Propane is very legit. It's very good. But we have those that are so negative all the time. So negative. Help us to find solutions so we can help you, so we can become better. Because you know what? This body here, we're going to make things happen, but we need you also to help us make those things happen. But as far as TLE shooting at them and thinking they're our money bags, you guys, they also take care of our land for us too. But let's see what Redco's financial status is before we go anywhere else. And thank you for coming, and thank you for helping.
Tammy, but she stepped out, Wayne.
Thank you, folks. I was ready to say, we're talking about audits and stuff. You wanna see an audit finding? Try to have a company buy a different company that has nothing to do with them, $1 million in equipment. Now, the other thing is Travis, I'm on the board of Redco. I have not seen any request to purchase trucks out of your revenue if you had that much revenue, because that should be on your call. Necessarily to do a schedule, like 2 other boards that I sat on for other companies, of their revenue, they put that forward as an operational cost to change out trucks or major equipment, usually on a 3-year to 5-year basis, as the expiration date on their certifications start coming forth.
So with that,
So out of your revenue, you put those formal requests in?
so I've
I'll
asked, when I've asked, they was told to wait because propane is still a DBA of Sioux. So I asked about breaking that, yes, it's still a DBA of Sioux. So with that, I've asked to break away and have Sioux propane its own standing. And I recently got permission from Clay, I think it wasn't too long ago, I can't remember exactly, but he said they have to go ahead and get it done, so that's what I've been working on, was breaking that away and then getting it established as its own standalone company. That was the biggest issue, was it was a DBA, so we couldn't go and just purchase a truck, and we've looked into leasing trucks, but we're too far from any major hub that offers that service here.
So, and then also your trucks that are currently broke down, you're on a waiting list to get them fixed?
Yep.
With who?
Lloyd's.
Did you try someone like Inland?
I've tried everybody.
Inland's been taking vehicles in and getting them back for 2 different
Who's it?
bucket trucks. Inland.
Inland? Yes, I'm around aware of those guys.
They're one of the largest trucking companies, or mechanic shops. But
Now that I am, I will reach out to them.
you definitely need to reach out to them because, another company just had 2 semis with one of the transmission change and the engine change, and they had them back within a matter of a couple weeks.
Okay.
And there's no waiting list necessarily for over 2 months.
And then they're already covered by insurance. Insurance.
Should be when you file for whatever I don't know what's wrong with them.
Yeah, so that one, I'm not sure if it's an engine issue or if it's an electrical issue. Yeah, so we've always went with Lloyd's just because of the warranties and stuff that they covered. We've had the engines put in all of them. It's just, they're up and ready to go.
But they're
first gets cold and then the sun breaks every year, so I guess. It's just,
Well, Floyd's is large, but they're always behind.
yeah.
Always behind. But, Madam Chair, if we're gonna do this for one, I think we should do it for all. What is the process to see budgets, itemized budgets and breakdowns in the future plan per department?
Per department? Well,
There's some
do
other
you
ones that have
mean
some big
chartered
problems with
entities or tribal programs? Because
Both.
tribal programs, you guys all see them when you approve the budgets.
No, you don't. Not like what you're asking for of these guys. Yep, salaries. And also like what their future plans on and how they're gonna do that, because that's delving into the management of it. So if we're gonna do that for one, I think we should do it for all, because tribal departments is something that we do have control over necessarily more than a chartered entity. Whether it be SWA, TLE, or other ones like that, to have true breakdowns of what salaries are. Because through budget and finance, it's actually in the Constitution, as budget and finance is the highest finance and committee in the tribe. There's actually a standing motion there that the HR director came back with a retort and said that we are not entitled to have that kind of information about payroll or pay scale of individual employees. So I'm just curious what this new process is that was invented. Especially if you're going to do it to a chartered entity. Because
Well,
then
I think the
therefore,
concern of
you
the,
could
I
actually
think
be
the,
involved in a lawsuit, which has happened already in Indian country, where those chartered entities will probably come forth and say, where is that process?
I think the concern of this body is all of our chartered entities, not just Red Coal, because they are chartered entities of this tribe, but this body doesn't get to see what's being asked for.
Yeah, but we're talking about also defending two others, and those two are not sitting properly at all either.
Who's that?
Two other entities? Well, I'll say it, childcare right now. SWA.
Childcare, chartered entity.
I've never seen that kind of
I don't
information
think
from them.
childcare is a chartered entity.
It's a tribe entity. Okay, we don't see what their grants are, we don't see how they're operating and breakdown, how they got to this point, and the problem that they're also in. Nor do we see the audit findings or how the corrective action plan is on like SWA or TLE, JDC, adult corrections, police department. Very few things are actually brought forth when you start talking about itemized budgets. But that's what you're requesting, and then that's even a different company of a subchartered entity. And we're gonna delve into all like.
It's not
17.
me, I mean, this body would like to see.
But when
for
this
the
body
chartered
makes
entities.
action, and you back those actions, there can be ramifications from those actions. That's what I'm saying. Like lawsuit of you can all go and Google it. Ho Chunk Inc.'s lawsuit, Cherokee Nations, of what their tribal council and how much they actually can get involved into the operations.
Well, we can have our tribal attorney look into it to see, because this body is responsible, oversees the chartered entities, and that's what they're requesting is to see this of the chartered entities. So we can have Eric give us an opinion if that's your concern, Wayne.
What's the process?
But it's already been requested to have Red Coal come.
Other than what?
So we'll start with the
Charter
chartered,
says.
so we'll do the chartered entities. And then if the body wants to see the other ones, then we'll go from there and see what's legal and what isn't legal. But for now, that was what the request is, so we're gonna start there.
Motion then from that I want to see itemized budgets from all chartered entities and tribal departments. For operational and not just P&L.
I'll second that. But I got a question.
Oh, casino.
We have a motion, a question, a second, we need a question. Marion,
She's second.
all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 2. Thank you. We have, are you done, Lee?
Yep, thank you.
Chris and Cameron.
Did I come out?
Or was he stretching?
Was he stretching?
Yeah, I guess, so you're quoting that we can't get involved in, personal employees, personal directors, employees of the tribe. These charters have nothing to do with the tribe. They do, but they don't. It's really fine line. We pick and choose whichever charter we want to support and whatever charter we don't want to support. We pick and choose whatever thing we want to get our hand in, whatever thing we don't want to get our hand in, if we support that or not. And I know that there's some very big Red Coal supporters in here, which is good. All our programs need some support more than others. I'm a big Tokala supporter because I'm a product of Tokala and Nagio, so I'll always support that. So I get where you're coming from when you're trying to support something that you believe in. Does that mean that if Tokala did something wrong, I'd allow it? No, I know that those girls over there know that we need to hold ourselves accountable in such a way that our tribe will see us and know that, hey, that's Tokala and Nagio, they did something great. That's the way that we want to be seen. So whenever we have our own personal identities for these programs that we hold to our heart, we need to understand too that we can't be blind just by the things that they've allowed us to accomplish outside of this role. We all need to be held accountable, and like I'm all for that with your motion that you made for the tribal, for the, charters, looking into the charters, because that is needed. But our tribal programs, they're on budget and finance. And you said that you guys, tried doing this back in the past and you guys got in trouble. So that assumes that you guys are trying to.
Not trouble, denied.
Denied, because you knew that it was wrong. So that means that in the past, there was a group of people that were already trying to do something like this illegally. And it got denied. And yet, that was for a tribal employee, a tribal entity, not the charter. If I'm wrong, correct me. And anyways, that's the point of this, is the charter entities, not the tribal programs, the charter entities, the ones that come here and say they need help, knowing they're in a charter. There's a reason they're in a charter, to get away from our help. So that's why we're requesting the red coats, because unfortunately, the stuff that's shared that isn't shared with us, for whatever reason, they don't share. And for some reason, whenever we hear, it doesn't translate back to over there. Again, it's just this stuff that people know that we just don't share. It's not the thing, it's just not on our mind. For whatever reason, maybe we're just trying to protect what we believe in. Protect the program that we're trying to give our life to. And so we don't want to share things that could jeopardize that. And that happens. That happened with SGU, that happens with SWA, that happens with SF, Redco, all over. And that's why whenever we get these seats, it's very hard, very hard to bring up these issues, because someone in this room is fully committed to going down with that, to protecting that place. And like with me, if anyone went to Tocala and asked them what kind of degrees they had, oh, I'd be at every single one of your guys' house asking why you're questioning these kids that brought back relatives. But that's me with Tocala, and that's you with Redco, and that's all of you guys with whatever program you guys believe in. So we need to understand, though, chartered entities are separate from these programs within the tribe, and that's what I'm gonna say with that.
Tammy?
Hold on, he asked the question, so I'm gonna answer it. I'm not protecting an entity. What I'm protecting is the sovereignty of the tribe, because what people do not understand here to a certain extent sometimes is how much authority the tribal council has over some of those and why those things are created. A lot of those things are chartered away from the tribe is to protect the sovereignty of the tribe so that you are not involved. Or I should say the tribe is not involved if there was a liability for a lawsuit. That's all I
For that one more thing, all I'm gonna say is I'm all in for Redco. That's all I heard.
Okay. I got quite a few things to say here. Are we done with Travis? I mean, because I think a lot of the discussion that we're having, you know, doesn't pertain to Travis.
Yep, and then we're gonna take a recess, because like you said, we have elders and we have diabetics in here, and we really need to take a break for them.
Yep, and I understand. So that's why I'm asking, are we done with Travis?
Yeah.
Can he go? Thank you, Travis, for coming down here. I appreciate, you know, all the information that you shared with us. It's really educational. Not just for me, but for the public. Doing great. I'm not done. But, okay, so in regards to one of Wayne's things that he brought up and addressed, is to protect the tribe from a lawsuit. You know, the sovereignty or whatever, but these entities also get to claim that sovereignty to an extent. Redco's been brought up in quite a few lawsuits. We weren't privileged to that. I don't know if you guys were, but I wasn't. And that's kind of a stain on our record. You know, yeah, you guys create these charters for whatever reasons, but still this council does have a say so, because it says it in our constitution. Another thing is, Pine Ridge, they have a pay scale, and it has never, you know, it affects their chartered entities and whatever, you know, I mean, it's never been brought up in a lawsuit or whatnot, but in my opinion, you have these higher ups that make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then you have these people that have their feet on the ground that are actually doing this work. You know, where's the balance there? All these guys do is, you know, read memos, look at reports, you know, print stuff and whatever. when you have the actual people with feet on the ground doing the actual work to get these programs and these chartered entities there to where they're at. If they're in a financial crisis, you know, we need to know why they're in a financial crisis instead of them giving out raises left and right. But we also have another issue here too, is, you know, we have people on this council that sit on these boards because they're appointed in the committees. I haven't heard anybody get up and give a report on that, you know? Not at all. I mean, just get up and say, okay, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. You know, way before these programs come here. But we don't see that. I've never seen it. And it should be like that, because that's the reason why we have people on these charters, is to actually come down here and give a report. I haven't heard one report since I've been on council, or, you know, from any of these people that sit on these charters. Anyway, that's just what I wanted to say. But they need to be here. There is a lot of questions and issues for Red Coal, Sichangu Coal. Even in the Red Coal charter, that name has never been updated either. It still says Red Coal. But other than that, that's all I gotta say. I mean,
And for the record, before I go to Marion, for the record, I am going to check with our attorney to see on the legality of both of these for the benefit of all of us.
okay.
And if it is illegal and it is not allowed, I will call that motion out of order for us to do that.
Okay.
So I'm just putting that on record.
Maybe we can have the attorneys draft something to suspend some of these charters. At least we'll have a template, you know, if we decide to do that.
Each charter has a template.
Okay.
Marion? And then after Marion, we're going to recess.
Thank you, guys.
I'm getting busy.
I have a community member who has a question for Travis.
Okay, Philip?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and officers and council people. My name is Philip Little, under senior elder, also a U.S. veteran. I went through 2-3 days sleeping in a sleeping bag, tarp, because my propane went off. It was not delivered. And I thank you for some of the people that deliver electric heaters, ground heaters, the dangerous ones. But they take off the power because I don't have electricity hooked up to my trailer. But the question is that the 100-gallon tanks, they were refused to be refilled where I live. That's what I keep my heat on. I only have 3 of them. So when those go off, I call in, they said, no, we can't refill those. You have to bring them in. So I can't lift them up. So I have a little car, so I tipped those propane tanks in the back end. I took it there, and she looked at it, and they said, oh, you can't be hauling your propane in a little car. It's not legal. So now I have a truck. Now, I can put it up there when it's empty, but when it's full, I can't even budget. So, a Grass Mountain representative donated a 500-gallon tank. I have that now. So I moved that with the log chain from the present house to where I'm living now. I didn't want to ask for help because, I try to be self-sufficient sometimes, most of the time. And so I survived in that sleeping bag. But Monday morning came, your female worker came and they refilled my 3 tanks. So I appreciate that. And the female worker didn't have her gloves. I was gonna give her my gloves. And she said, oh, no, they're in the truck. But, I wanna thank the program that, I don't know if you approved it or she just did it on a whim. She filled those 100-gallon tanks. And our elder over there said that female worker over there was mean to him, I got the same treatment too. I was interrogated why I'm transporting my propane tanks in a little bitty car. I have a truck, but that truck sits this high, so I can't lift that. When it's filled up, it's probably about 200-300 pounds. So I can't lift that. But, I don't know. And the question is there protocol or law against the truck, delivery trucks to refill those 100-gallon tanks?
So on one part, the nozzle that we use to fill those, it was cold and when it gets a truck and it broke. So we had to wait for replacements to come in to do those. We got them, and that's why she did them. I'll have to get back with the state because at one point I know it was illegal to fill off of the trucks and to fill them bottles just because of accidents happening. But now on the res, we don't have to follow what state procedures are, but I like to follow the state, what the state does, and I work very close with the state inspectors too. That's the reason for that. But in your situation there where it's dependent on heat, we just go on. So, yeah, and then we got the nozzle in for that, and then we got the nozzle for our fuel station also finally too, so.
Yeah, I also had to refill my little blue Rhino, 30 gallon, so I can jump into my RV and stay warm in there.
Yeah.
And a last comment, I have a friend that applied for a job at Chicago Propane. She has a CDL. I don't know if you have to have a hazmat endorsement.
Yeah. Even if you have a CDL and you're actively working towards your hazmat, and you can come along, right along and help in the truck.
But he said the pay scale was too low, and he wasn't agreed on it.
If I visited with him, it was negotiable, is where we're at with that. If we're talking about the same person. And he went to go do his fingerprints, and I've never heard.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you.
Yep, go on.
Tammy?
This doesn't concern you, Travis, or anything, but I got a text, and I'll say it was from my daughter. She said that some people out there heard us on the air while we were in exec, and I guess we were arguing over her. So I just want to make that clear that, I don't recall arguing over my daughter. I don't know what was said, about her. There was nothing, obviously, but I think that we need to really double check that.
Yeah, it's been a thing of the past as well.
Okay.
But yeah, no, nothing was said about your daughter.
No,
Royal?
there's nothing.
Royal, then I'm gonna make an announcement and then we're gonna recess.
All right.
Okay.
I got your report here. The Department of Interior. So I know on a regional level, and then local level, I know they have funding. So if we're gonna check on budgets, money, spending, all this, I want to request on the regional level, BIA, because I said yesterday that I talked about resource guides, knowing which programs exist here, and how money is spent, and takukash oyake hena cha. Woyik cha, cha hapalo, la toshke onstaki hena. Ja wicha pase okay. And I know duplicating services, and I know the discussion here. Dua Yushirichana, I'm not one to really know about when it comes to, I know chartered entities, there was precedent already set. I know they already suspended SWA, they already suspended St. Francis Indian Schools charter, they suspended SGU's charter, White Buffalo. I sat here when all of those things were put in place as far as charters being suspended, the history in it. So I know when it comes to chartered entities, but I think going above and beyond, like Toshka Chris was saying, having a personal vendetta and protecting, need to go above. And when we get those numbers of what's allocated, the Aberdeen office, I'm sure we'll be surprised what money is allocated to Rosebud Sioux tribe and how much is being sent. Even on that, I asked yesterday about a resource guide. And I know Tuffy Lunderman produced one before in the past, but I don't know where that is, and I don't know. But I would like that budget, because it's a 3-year budget when it's TBIC, and whatever allocations and the discussion I had with Kevin Killer about the TBIC process. So on that, I would like, I made motions before, but it seems like motions are kagapi, it don't get a follow-up, but
again, I was told that, we have meetings to exchange information and take information and take it. So that was the whole purpose of Omanichakta. So when you look at council, we can't act like we can foresee, but and know why Taco Shita Uchukupi, but can't take it on a personal level. Tushkata Wagalake. So it's where we need to know about the federal funding also from the Aberdeen office to have. I know some people get the green book. Some people know what TBIC decided on back in November. But we all should know also with the green book and the resource guide, all of us, we get calls and something's wrong and, so we need to know what all programs, spending, duplication of services, Hanata. I'll make a motion, but I don't even know what good that's gonna do, because again, I made motions before about a lot of stuff. Briefs. I've requested the Attorney General to do briefs. I've done a lot of motions, but even in the past, motions on bail services, because some motions get followed up, so sometimes I gotta follow up on my own motions, but whatever it's gonna do as far as Aberdeen office resource guides, I want to make that motion for Aberdeen to show us what's been allocated from their office to here, and then I'm sure they have a resource guide themselves. I would like the Aberdeen office to provide that budget for Rosebud Sioux tribe allocations.
Second.
Second.
Wayne? Oh, question, Bob? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
Madam
Zero.
Chair.
Not voting? Zero. Motion carried.
When you send Royal's motion, can you send Secretary's office, can you research and send my motion along with that to the area office? It was 2 years ago, there's a motion to have the budgets declared by line item from the area office to what is funded in Rosebud, but to also to send all monies that go to the area office be dispersed to the reservation BIA offices directly, and then there would be no regional office in Aberdeen. Pine Ridge sent one as well, same time.
So she's voting no? Yeah. All in favor? Oh, where's?
No, you just have to.
We did.
Just send it.
You did.
We better eat.
Sorry. Yeah, I need food. Just kidding. Okay, what I wanted to announce to you all is that the law enforcement services, I got a message saying, early this morning, they served a high-risk drug search warrant. It was successful in capturing drugs, large amounts of cash, and automatic firearms with silencers, and 3 tribal members were taken into custody. So I just wanted to let you all know that.
Well, we're at.
Pardon?
It's in my community, I wanna know about it.
Rosebud.
Madam Chair, can Pine Ridge declare a state of an emergency? And in our communities, it's getting really bad, and it has been with guns, the shooting, the meth, most of all the sex trafficking with our young women and men. Can we also discuss about declaring?
I'll do a declaration similar to President Scards comes out.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I declare us in recess until Monday.
I have a request to speak.